well too, and you can see the homes behind it that are completely flattened as well too. We're told that was a cabin at some point, and right on the other side of this there's a road, and then there is Indian Lake too. So we actually took a look down Oak Street here to see some of the other homes. I mentioned that one home that's flattened. Here's a look at some of the other areas too. You can see one home, you can see right through the family room and the top bedroom on the second floor. The front part of that home is completely ripped off by these severe winds. You could also just see trucks damaged, vehicles, and then there's telephone poles, logs, power lines strewn everywhere. We even saw a ladder at some point in the middle of the road there. And if the home is not flattened, there's severe damage to it. There's homes without roofs, and there's also some homes with heavy trees that have fallen on top. And you can see that too, because back here live, some of these trees are actually completely sheared off at the top here. And you can see there's even power lines in the trees. That's not supposed to be there. And then there's some debris, and we're looking at some metal roofing and siding that is all over the place. It is an absolute mess out here too. So we have no power in this area. The temperatures have dropped significantly since yesterday, and now all day we'll begin cleanup in the Lakeview area. Let's go to 10 TV's Kira Lake, who is in Russell's Point with more.
Here in Russell's Point, we're on Orchard Island Road, and as you can see, emergency vehicles, they block a lot of this area because there is so much damage. We're seeing down pontoons, we're seeing pontoons that are flipped over, we're seeing buildings that are actually torn down. We talked to the first responders, and they're saying they're dealing with gas leaks, with water leaks, so there will be a lot of cleanup in the area. Also, if you want to drive to help out, they're saying to stay away for now because those down power lines, they haven't been cleaned up yet, and it's going to be a big recovery effort. I actually talked to the police chief of this area, and he's absolutely devastated by what he saw today.
It's just devastating to see the businesses and the residences and what people have worked so hard for destroyed like this.
And we'll keep you updated throughout the morning of what cleanup efforts look like. As you can see, again, there's still a lot to clean up in this area, but we do know that they're working hard. We have seen a lot of crews working. Roads are blocked off. So if you do not have to be here, I would avoid this area until it is all clear, or you get the all clear that you can come back. Reporting here in Russell's Point, Kira Lake, 10 TV News.
All right, Kira, thank you for that update. And as people do continue to wake up and assess the damage to their homes and to the communities throughout the morning, local hospital representatives say they are ready for an influx of patients who perhaps got injured in the storm last night. 10 TV's Carla Rogner reports from Bell Fountain, where one hospital says they are already treating dozens of people.
Despite the chaos of the storm, it is calm outside Mary Rutan Hospital. We have seen several ambulances arriving here tonight. This hospital in Bell Fountain is where they are treating many of the people impacted by tonight's storms, and they are expecting more people to arrive as the day continues. Community Health and Wellness Partners has brought in staff and a mobile unit as an extra resource. They are on standby to help more patients as they arrive. Hospital officials say patients brought here have had varying degrees of injuries, but most of the weather-related injuries they are seeing include fractures and bruises. There have been social media posts asking for more help coming to the hospital, but they tell me they are fully staffed. Hospital leaders say there is still space here, but again, they are expecting more patients as the day continues. Hospital officials say they are prepared for whatever the next day brings. Reporting in Bell Fountain, Carla Rogner, 10 TV News.
All right, Carla, thank you for that. She again reporting from Bell Fountain. We are waiting to hear back from the folks at the hospital and, of course, the sheriff's office to get the numbers of injuries and other problems that are arising from this storm. Now, cleanup, again, will be underway after tornadoes tore through central Ohio, including the area we just showed you, Indian Lake. Here's a look inside the high school there. It's being used as a temporary shelter for those who are impacted by the storms. We told you there is no power out there and it's dark, and you saw the pictures of the damage. So this is a resource for people who do not have another place to go at this time. The schools are canceled in Indian Lake for today. The superintendent told us this is a resilient community.
One thing about the Indian Lake community, we've had these sorts of things, not necessarily a tornado, but we've definitely had tragedy hit before. And the one thing about this community is we always pull together, and no difference in this situation.
All right, let's take a look at the power outages. You can see how many people are waking up without it this morning. AEP is at 11,545. First Energy with a big jump. If you've been with us throughout the morning, they are now at 264 power outages. We'll continue to monitor that and let you know when we know power is back and restored to those families. I'm going to check in with Amy Steigerwald with a look on the roads this morning. Traffic a little unusual.
Yeah, definitely a lot of problem spots out in Delaware County in particular. That's why we're staying with you this morning a little bit longer, because it's going to impact your commute if you're heading out here at 708. If you take a look, State Route 3 from South Galena Road over to Dustin Road, that's a big stretch that is currently shut down out in Delaware County. There's a quick detour for you. You can use 71 and 36 or the reverse, just depending on which way you're coming from, because again, that is shut down in both directions. Another major stretch out in Delaware County that we are watching on 315 from the 315-23 split all the way down to Hyatt's Road, shut down in both directions right now. A little bit of a tricky detour for you just because things are a little bit messy out there, but 42 to Sawmill Parkway to Home Road or the reverse will be your best option. Now, we know that this is not the only stretch that is closed at this point. We're hearing from officials at ODOT about the damage that they're still seeing. They tell me they have their crews out on the roadways really doing what they can to clear out the debris. However, it's still dark out. As you know, the sun will be coming up a little bit of time here just because we're past 7 o'clock, but there still may be hazards out on all of those roadways and many of those other ones that are shut down. They're really encouraging drivers to be aware, to not try and sneak by those crews or those road closures and create any additional problems that may arise for those emergency crews.
Pay attention, plan ahead, pack your patience, especially if you're traveling in one of the areas that's been impacted by these storms. Just be patient and be respectful of the people who are there. I know there's a lot of people who have curiosity. They want to go shoot video for their social media channels or whatever. This is not the time to do that. Let these people put their lives back together. Let the emergency crews help these folks with whatever they need help with. And let our folks get out there and make sure that we have the roads cleared up and it's safe for everybody involved.
And meantime, we are still tracking more than a dozen road closures out in Delaware County. Some of those side roads we want to point out, I flagged where you see those explanation points, just to name a few. You can see right here at Cheshire all the way up to on Africa Road, leading to that 36 U.S. split over there is shut down. A slightly dicey situation in many of these areas as crews work to clear out that debris. We want to give you a live look here on I-71. This is at the 36, 37 exit. So 71 is okay, but we're seeing a lot of delays leading up to those entrance and exit ramps, as a lot of people are using them today because of those major road closures that we talked about. We'll continue to monitor this situation. We do have all of those side roads in Delaware County that are shut down listed right now at 10tv.com/traffic. I'm going to send things back to you, Tracy.
All right, and we're going to take a look at the forecast as we continue our extended coverage of breaking news after the tornadoes. Meteorologist Jessica Van Meter is here. It's calm right now, but overnight, hail, wind, all kinds of things.
Hail, wind, tornadoes. We had, just the grab bag of severe weather out there through the overnight hours. The good news is that is all done for now. We are all clear as far as any kind of severe weather is concerned. It has moved off to our southeast and actually really fizzled out considerably over the last few hours. So no concern for severe weather as you head out this morning. As Amy's been mentioning, as we've been talking about, though, there's still the potential to encounter some debris, still some damage and some issues that could slow you down a little bit as you go through your morning. So give yourself a little bit of extra time. We do still have plenty of cloud cover lingering out there, and within the clouds, some sprinkles, drizzle, a few showers is not out of the question. We're still going to have an overall damp start to the day. We're just not dealing with the storms, which is good. That's a step in the right direction for us. Any of those storms really reduced to just a few minor showers heading into northern portions of Virginia right now. So really the storms that we had to deal with overnight reduced to basically nothing at this point, just about 12 hours or less after the fact compared to what we had when those were moving through. Now, we are going to see our temperatures kind of flip-flopping and changing a bit as we go through the day. We had highs in the 70s yesterday, 74 ahead of those storms. We have been cooling off through the overnight. We technically already had our high temperatures for the day. Most of us are in the 50s. On the north side, though, we see some of those temperatures dropping back into the 40s. That's part of a cold front that's going to try to be moving through as we go through the day. You can see the difference in our wind speeds, where we have that northerly wind that's taken over. That's where we have those colder temperatures. So that wind is going to be shifting as we go through the day. We'll pick up more of a north wind for the majority of the area, and that's going to mean those temperatures will be noticeably cooler today compared to what we had yesterday. So we will see the chance for some showers out there this morning, along with a good deal of cloud cover. Our temperatures are going to drop back into the mid to lower 50s. That's where we're going to hover for much of the day. We'll see plenty of cloud cover through at least lunchtime. And then as we get into the late afternoon and evening, we're going to watch for at least a chance to see a little bit of clearing, maybe a little bit of late day sunshine getting into the mix before we see more clearing through the overnight hours. We'll have more on that extended forecast coming up.
All right, it is 7:13. We are continuing our coverage of the breaking news overnight out in Indian Lake in Logan County, where there's just significant damage after the tornadoes. Indian Lake, for a frame of reference, is about 20 miles southeast of Lima. It's a reservoir. 10 TV's Clay Gordon has been out there covering the damage from the storm. Clay, it really is a mess. Can you kind of bring us up to speed on what it was like to even get there?
Yeah, many Ohioans come here to vacation and enjoy the lake and to boat during the summer and warmer months here. And now they are going to be coming back to this time of round this year with absolute devastation and a major cleanup ahead. It's going to take months for this community to recover from this. But Tracy, it actually was very difficult to get to this point here as we were driving up from the Columbus area past Marysville. US 33 was shut down about 15 miles from here, so we had to take some back roads. And within those back roads, every 10 miles, there would be a DOT crew with roadblock signs. They do not want people coming to this area, and it's and there's good reason why. There are power lines everywhere. There's absolutely no power. There are poles. There's debris in the roadways. We've seen behind this flattened home over here, as you can see, this was a home here. Yesterday, it has been destroyed completely, and you can see the trees. Look how much damage there are to the trees, completely sheared off. The branches are gone. It looks like it's been trimmed here by the wind. Right on the other side is a road, and we've been constantly watching cars trying to start their day, get through this area, and they've been turning around because there are power lines down there and there are telephone poles everywhere. And even if we take a look over here, this is 33. You can see some of the DOT crews are, the ODOT crews are blocking 33. There are roadblock closure signs everywhere. It's extremely difficult to get through this area and to navigate. The only people we're really seeing here consistently are first responders that are periodically checking in, and we're also getting some more activity from some of the areas that we haven't really seen yet this morning. Take a look at this. We believe this is some kind of business that now it looks like some cars are coming to for the first time since we've been out here since 4:30 this morning. They're getting a look at some of the damage, and I believe that was a hardware store at some point. Wow. And you could see much of the building is destroyed, and people are getting firsthand look of some of the damage here. So Tracy, it is an extremely, as we swing back around to show you some of those road closures and some of the debris here, this power pole here is snapped in half. Its power is completely out in this area. It's a difficult day to start off here on this Friday here in Indian Lake, Tracy.
I would imagine, Clay, you're probably going to start to see maybe some of those power crews. We did talk to AES Energy, and they were saying that they are going to be trying to get folks out there, not just in Logan County where you are, but also Shelby County. Just based on your own experience as a first responder and newsman, talk about the dangers of the power lines being down and how people need to be careful.
let's start off with, we're staying a good distance away from this because you really don't know what is live and what is not. There are, of course, there's some cable lines in this too, but there's also some power lines too. So I imagine when the energy companies come here and those utility companies, the first thing they're going to do is make sure that none of these wires are still live. We're seeing them across the roadways, and I'm really hoping that people are not driving over them, because you can get stuck or even very injured if you drive over a live power lines. Of course, never touch one. I know we talk to our emergency responders and our utility crews all the time about never touching live wires, because you never know what it's on, because it literally goes all the way down the street. So there are some points there, probably a quarter mile from here, that there are live wires down underneath debris. You never know what's there, but we have not seen those utility crews yet here this morning. We've really only seen highway patrol, some ambulances kind of patrolling the area just to make sure everyone's okay, and of course the roads are shut down. So once we see some of those utility crews, hopefully they could make sure this power is off, and then people could start the cleanup process.
And are you seeing any people, because we see you're in a neighborhood, it looks like it was a neighborhood, just a freestanding neighborhood.
Yeah, there were homes lining it down. This is Oak Street in Lakeview, Ohio here, and it's a normal neighborhood. There's homes all the way down. There's heavy damage to those homes, and it's a ghost town. We have not seen anyone here. There's even you can kind of see it up in the sky here. There's a tornado siren as well too. So hopefully they were warned ahead of time to get out of this area. That's bent over. We're seeing stop signs that are bent here. It is a completely normal neighborhood, and we have not seen any signs of people, of pets, of anything. It is completely silent. It was eerie throughout the morning here, and we're waiting for some people, some first responders, to give us some more information about what exactly happened, what they experienced here, and what is next.
Well, we certainly know that this is not the sort of thing you want to wake up to. We appreciate you setting the scene for us there in Indian Lake, Clay. We will check back with you
Thanks, Tracy.
throughout the morning. All right, thank you. You guys be careful out there. This is video of a massive tornado that touched down in Freiburg just last night. Somebody took this video and sent this in, so we're able to show this to you. You can hear the powerful winds as they are building and forming that tornado. Again, that was in Freiburg. Lots of damage from these all across central Ohio, including in Delaware County. Amy Steigerwald has been monitoring the damage there from the storm.
Yeah, we are tracking some damage, significant damage. If you're waking up just joining us here at 7:20, we want to let you know about multiple road closures that we are watching. Here's just a few of those small side roads, those smaller roads, I should say, that are shut down because of damage. So right here at Cheshire, Africa Road, very limited access over there, leading all the way up to US 36 because of damage and storm debris that crews are working to clear up. But we do want to flag some major closures for you. Two of them. First, State Route 3 from South Galena Road down to Dustin Road, closed in both directions right now as crews work to clear this up. So you cannot head in either direction over there in the Sunbury area. Your detour, use 71 US 36. You can see a lot of people starting to use that detour over there as things pack up throughout the morning. This is going to be closed for quite some time. Not exactly sure when it will clear. Also, 315, a heads up to drivers coming in from Delaware this morning. Right where 315 meets 23 is shut down, stretching all the way to Hyatt's Road. Again, closed in both directions on 315. Detour a little bit tricky over here because there are many roads in this area that are seeing damage, but you can use 42 to Sawmill Parkway to Home Road, or the reverse, just depending on where you're going. Now, we know this stretch is right near a couple of Olentangy schools that are all closed for the day today. Again, Olentangy schools closing because of a lot of that storm damage that they are seeing. So we're seeing that really impact a lot of businesses, a lot of schools and other buildings in this area. Separately from this, we do want to let you know there is a crash that is on the I-71 270 northbound ramp right now. So a lot of folks probably coming in from Delaware County this morning may be running into this, taking that detour 71. We want you to do that still, but just expect lane closures on the ramp from I-71 to I-270 eastbound. Again, that is I-71 southbound to I-270 eastbound. You can't quite see it on that camera view right there, but it appears that cars are still getting by just fine over in the north side of the 71-270 split. Just watch for crews there. As you can see that the roads are still wet. It'll be a little bit dicey as they work to clear that out. I'm going to send things back to you, Tracy.
All right, thank you. You can see it's still dark out there as the sun does rise. People are going to be really looking at their homes, and of course the experts are going to come in to survey.
Yeah, exactly. Once we get towards daylight, which is just under 20 minutes from now, National Weather Service is going to be sending out storm crews to really evaluate things and try to recreate what happened. They've got a 28-point plan that they go through, and they look at all kinds of criteria, all kinds of things that were possibly damaged, trees, homes, buildings, things like that. So they put all of that together to get what we all have heard of as the EF scale. So we'll eventually, probably not today, but in the coming days, get some EF scale numbers to go along with these potential tornadoes out there that we had through the overnight hours. So again, National Weather Service is going to be hard at work conducting those storm surveys over the coming days. We did have obviously a tornado storm report out near Indian Lake with all of the damage out there. That's one that we're going to be very interested to get the results from that storm survey. Again, that will be in the coming days that we get that information. Plenty of storm reports, and I think we'll likely see some added as we get to daylight and get the National Weather Service out to investigate things. So we'll get more information on that again in the coming days. We do have quieter conditions for this morning. We are all clear as far as any severe weather is concerned. A lot of cloud cover still lingering out there. We've got some sprinkles, drizzle, some showers that are going to be possible still this morning. You can still see plenty of wet conditions on those roadways. Still want to give yourself a little bit of extra time heading out this morning. Any of that severe weather from yesterday is tapered off to just a couple of sprinkles, light showers moving out of West Virginia already. So not a concern for us anymore. Any severe weather, the storms have really built to the south. We still see some severe thunderstorm warnings across areas of Mississippi, Alabama, so that's where the severe weather is this morning. That's not going to be a concern for us. Temperatures down to 53 degrees right now. We've had our wind shifting around a little bit in Columbus coming from the northwest. We are approaching that sunrise time, and as we get there, we're going to keep a lot of the cloud cover around through the morning hours at least. With that, the chance for some showers, some sprinkles, certainly going to be possible. Temperatures are actually going to be dropping a little bit as we go through the day. We're going to hover in the lower 50s for much of the day. As we get into the evening hours, we'll see if we can sneak in a little bit of late day sunshine. If we do, we might get a little bit of a boost into the mid 50s before we head towards the sunset time. We are going to see some more sunshine in the mix for tomorrow. Temperatures are going to be a lot colder tomorrow morning. We start off in the 30s. We'll improve to about 60 through the afternoon. A chance for a couple of brief showers early tomorrow night. And then we're looking mostly dry for St. Patrick's Day. Below average conditions for the first part of next week. We're going to look at the chance for some rain, maybe a few flakes even on Monday. Spring officially begins Tuesday night, and then we'll see some improving temperatures as we go through the rest of next week.
Let's head out to Russell's Point, where Kiera Lake has been covering that damage.
Yeah, what I can imagine is so beautiful when it's daylight, when it's summer, when you're out on the water. I can imagine it being just a picture perfect place, but right now it is just covered in destruction everywhere I look. Something is not the way it's supposed to be. If you take a look here behind me, there is a pontoon that actually flipped up onto what looks like the shore of a home. The home is completely destroyed. I see the windows are down. There are trees that are down. And then over here behind me, there's also it looks like a shed that's in the water. And now that the sun's starting to rise just a bit, we can actually get a closer look at what's going on out here. And there's just tons of debris in the area and also a flipped over pontoon. Now I want to give you a look at what's going on where we are. Now there's tons of destruction, and the Logan County Sheriff Randall Dodd says that he's aware of residents with superficial injuries and he's aware of people with broken bones. He also said that unofficially they were told that there are 3 people who died in this. Now Dodd said that they are surveying the area, and I also talked to the police chief in this area who's absolutely devastated by what he saw this morning.
It's the most heartbreaking thing I've probably ever dealt with in my life. you know, we were coming into the summer months, Indian Lake's the place to be, and then, you know, we have this.
Now the sun is coming up, they're going to survey the damage and just get a look at what they still need to get done here and hopefully rescue whoever is still out here. Reporting live here in Russell's Point, Kiera Lake, 10 TV News.
All right, we certainly encourage our crews out there to be safe as we continue to cover the breaking news. We also want you to remember that some schools are closed out of this. You see Indian Lake School District has closed for the day. Olentangy Local Schools here closer to home is closed because of all the damage, and the Big Walnut Local School District just nearby the Olentangy schools also closed for the day. We are thankful that you joined us for this special coverage of the storm damage. We'll have more on later editions of 10 TV News. We now return you to regular programming. The county has also confirmed at least 3 people are dead. Clay Gordon is live in Logan County. Clay, people have to be waking up for work and school and business and seeing all of that damage.
And we're seeing more and more people on the roads. A lot of people just looking at some of the damage. Some people realizing that a lot of the roads, including US 33, shut down in this area. This is right near Indian Lake, and we're in Lakeview, Ohio. This is Oak Street, North Oak Street. I want to just take you down here for a second because we're finally, during the daylight hours, seeing more and more damage and the extent of it too. You can see some of these work crews as well that are here. We are finally hearing chainsaws starting up, trying to remove some of the down limbs and down poles that are really blocking all over the place here. And you could just see the debris just continues all the way down US 33 and to these homes over here. So throughout the morning, we've been following this area. This is the only thing we could see during the nighttime was this one home that was completely flattened. And now we're seeing some of the debris up into the trees here and just the extent of how bad it is. And we're finally starting to see some utility crews. I believe these are some logging crews that are coming in to just cut down some of the branches and some of the debris and just kind of survey. But this is the first real look we're getting at some of the tremendous storm damage here in Lakeview, Ohio. So we're going to continue to stay out here and follow the latest, and we're expecting more from emergency personnel and local first responders on an update with this. Let's check in now with 10 TV's Kiara Lake with more. Kiara.
Yeah, Clay, we're here at Russell's Point right now, which is on Orchard Island Road. And as you can see, just a trail of destruction in this area. We're right off the marina. And in this area, you can see tons of debris in the water. If you look up into a tree, there looks to be like siding that has gone there. And also, let's just spray around. You can see just how bad this wind just took over this area. I can actually see inside of people's homes because the walls are completely taken down. Some of the buildings are just completely level. There's also a propane tank that's visible underneath the home. There's a lot of cleanup efforts going on where we are. I want to take you across the street to also see some of the damage here. Now, we're able to cross the street because the roads are blocked off on both sides. There's police and also sheriffs in this area who are just making sure that they can just clear the area and also survey the damage. If we look over here, it looks like a shed has completely rolled over. Again, a lot of siding in this area. This is a completely down power line that I'm standing by. I won't stand too close, but the crews are right here. They're working to restore power just because there are so many wires that are down. And since the sun has come up, we've seen people start to wake up to this devastation. Some people were driving around. I saw in a vehicle that the windows were completely shattered out of it, but they're just trying to get out of this area. They have suitcases in hand, so I know it's going to be a long journey of cleanup in this area. Also, we're not going to be leaving anytime soon because there's a press conference that's happening this morning. We'll get an update of what's going on in the area, how much damage there are, how much resources they need. We were told that there were hundreds of emergency responders coming to this area to help out. So I know if you're watching this and you're seeing this damage, you do want to get to this area and offer any help that you can. But right now we're learning from emergency responders that they just want emergency personnel to be here because there are roads that are blocked off and they want to make sure they can get to these areas effectively with no one in the way. Now, again, we do want to just show you how much damage there is right now. And this is the case for a lot of this areas. When we first got here, it was completely dark and I couldn't make out a lot, but now that the sun has come up, we're just getting a lay of the land, and that land is completely destroyed. We'll be sure to cover any updates that we get in that press conference. Again, that should be happening within the next hour, hour and a half, and we will keep you updated throughout the morning. Reporting live in Russell's Point, Kiara Lake, 10 TV News, back to you.
All right, Kiara, thank you. Let's get a look at the roads now. Amy Steigerwald standing by with what's happening there.
Yeah, good morning. We want to start with that area that Kiara was at. We're finally getting some clarification. The state flagging multiple roads in that area that are shut down. You can see I just pulled up a few of those intersections over there. 33 in Russell's Point, pretty much a mess at this point. Leave that to the emergency crews to clear out, but there is a stretch of that is pretty much shut down at this point. Also, over in that same same area. State Route 65 closed from Clay Road to 720 in both directions. Swinging things now, we want to come over to Delaware County because we're really seeing a lot of damage over there as well. Those are just a few of the side streets we are watching closely that have experienced some damage over there, but we want to flag two major ones for you this morning. If you're heading out the door here at 8:30, listen up. State Route 3 from South Galena Road over to Dustin Road closed in both directions this morning. Again, this is in the Sunbury area. If you're heading up or heading down from there, I would not get on State Route 3 at all. Your detour for that, you can use 3671. That is still open. You can see that traffic is backing up a little bit over there as a lot of people are using that as a detour. Also, we're watching 315 both directions from that 23-315 split to Hyatt's Road, closed in both directions as well. You can use 42 to Sawmill Parkway to Home Road to get around this. Here in the Columbus Metro upper right-hand camera, we are watching a ramp closure. I-71 southbound to I-270 eastbound is completely shut down. Flip around on I-71 southbound at 161, and then you'll be able to get in that eastbound lane just fine. And now we want to send things over to Doppler 10 meteorologist Jessica Van Meter. She's got your forecast.
All right, good morning. Things looking a little bit better out there compared to what we had yesterday evening into the overnight. We do still have a lot of cloud cover lingering within the clouds. Some showers, sprinkles, not going to be out of the question. Some areas of low visibility certainly possible as well as we go through the morning hours. Any of that lingering weather from last night has moved off towards Virginia at this point. 49 out there right now. Temperatures as we go through the day are not going to improve too much. We'll hover in the low to mid 50s. Few showers possible through the morning along with cloud cover. We'll see a little bit of the clearing as we get into the evening and overnight.
Tornadoes in Logan County. County leaders have confirmed at least 3 people are dead. 10 TV's Clay Gordon is live in Logan County with a look at all of the damage. Clay.
Good morning, Tracy. We're here on Oak Street. This is in Lakeview, Ohio, just steps away from Indian Lake. You can see some of the devastation behind us here that we're finally getting a good look at during the daylight hours. And you could see down the road here on Oak Street, some people are finally coming in to assess the damage. We've seen some neighbors coming through and pointing and looking at some of their belongings. And we're really getting a good look at how destructive these strong storms and severe wind were to this area. You can see the trees just basically cut in half, and there's I-beams that are bent and thrown all over the place. There are homes that we didn't see earlier today that are completely destroyed, that may look like they have a few walls standing, but the whole backside is blown out on the back there too. So we're waking up to severe damage here in Logan County, and we're just working to see when utility crews will come back and restore power, clear up the roadways, and then reopen these roadways eventually. US 33 has been closed down throughout the morning. Tracy, we'll toss back to you.
All right, thank you, Clay. 10 TV News reporter Kira Lake has been out there at Russell's Point, and here's her report on the damage there.
The community of Russell's Point is waking up to a lot of devastation this morning. Let me just show you what we're talking about here behind me. Now that the sun has come up, we've been here for hours, but we weren't able to see this damage because of how dark it was. There's debris in the water. There's homes that have been completely destroyed. And also there's debris we see in the trees. So the wind here just must have been absolutely ridiculous. There's going to be a lot of cleanup efforts underway. As you can see, there's just so much destruction in this area. But since the sun has come up, more emergency responders have come to this area to actually survey the damage, to restore power, because we were told that they're dealing with water leaks, with gas leaks, and also down power lines. So there's just so much damage here. We're going to take you across the street to show you what we're seeing on both sides of the road. As you can see, there's just a rolled over shack here, a lot in the water. Also, you can see people start to wake up and move around their homes just to see if everyone's okay, if everything's okay. But certainly there's going to be a lot of cleanup this morning, and we will be here throughout the morning. But I did talk to the police chief of this area, and he says that he is absolutely devastated by what he saw.
It's just devastating to see the businesses and the residences and, what people have worked so hard for, destroyed like this.
And as you can see, some of the roads are currently closed because they're trying to survey the damage and make sure that you can't get to this area unless you are an emergency responder. We will be here to give you updates throughout the morning, so make sure you stay with us. Reporting live in Russell's Point, Kira Lake, 10 TV News.
All right, we want to bring it back to Delaware County. Amy Steigerwald looking at the roads there because there's quite a mess.
Yeah, we do have a look in Delaware County, but we do want to start out there where Kira was actually at, because we're finally getting some clarification in that area. 33 really shut down in a couple spots. You can see stretching on a couple intersections over there, but just avoid 33 in Russell's Point at this point because it is pretty much a mess and crews are working to clear it. Also, State Route 65 between Clay and 720 shut down in both directions. Swinging things back to Delaware County, like we mentioned earlier, so many roads that are too many to count on the screen, frankly, that are shut down, seeing severe damage as crews work to clear this up. We've been talking with the Delaware County Sheriff's Office throughout the morning. They flagged State Route 3 between South Galena Road and Dustin Road shut down in both directions. Also 315 between 315 split and Hyatt's Road still shut down in both directions this morning. We do want to get a check of your forecast if you're heading out the door now with Doppler 10 meteorologist Matt.
Hey there. Yeah, good morning. We are still looking at a lot of cloud cover out there. Some sprinkles, drizzle, showers still going to be a possibility. Also some areas of low visibility as well this morning. That severe threat, though, is over. Any lingering rain today is just rain. We're not even concerned about any thunder or lightning for today. Minimal shower activity compared to yesterday. Everything we did see yesterday reduced to just a couple of sprinkles across portions of Virginia right now. So we are going to be looking at cooler conditions for today. We had 74 degrees for our high yesterday. We're at 47 right now. now. That wind is shifted around for Columbus, coming in from the north, so it's going to be a cooler day overall. We'll keep plenty of that cloud cover around, some sprinkles, showers, drizzle likely as we go through the morning hours and hold on to a lot of that cloud cover. Temperatures are not going to improve too much as we go through today. We'll hover in the low to mid 50s even through the afternoon hours. As we get towards the evening and overnight, though, we're going to try to clear things out a little bit. So hopefully we'll sneak in a little bit of late day sunshine before our sunset time at about 7:40 p.m. We do clear out quite a bit as we go through the overnight hours. That's going to help our temperatures drop back into the 30s. So it's going to be a chilly start for your Saturday. Saturday, though, is looking like a pretty good day to kick off that weekend. It's going to be a chilly start, but we'll see some sunshine. Our winds will kick back in, coming in from the southwest. That's going to help improve our temperatures. We're back closer to 60 degrees as we go through the afternoon. We're looking dry through the daytime hours on Saturday. We're going to track another cold front moving through during the overnight. That's going to bring us the chance for some sprinkles and some cooler conditions into St. Patrick's Day.
I want to thank you for your patience. I know you're all here want information, and we're giving it to you as quickly as we can. But it's a process we're going through. We want to make sure that we give you the correct and accurate information. So, as you know, last night, early this morning, a tornado came through the Indian Lake area and devastated the Orchard Island area, the Lakeview area, the Midway area. I would tell you that we conducted searches last night, looking for injured people. I will tell you right now that we have 3 known fatalities. I will not get into names, ages, that type of thing. That will come later because we have to notify next of kin. We've been blessed with the effort from outside organizations, squads, law enforcement, you name it. We've been blessed. In fact, we've been almost overrun, but that's okay. And we appreciate those efforts. One of the things come up for the people of the community, if you need food and those types of things, Indian Lake High School, there's donations being taken down there. You can respond down there to get those donations. We are continuing grid searches right now. The devastation was such that we have to get heavy equipment into these areas to be able to move this material, where homes have collapsed, to see if there's anybody injured. So it's a slow pace. It's going to take a long time. We're going to be here for several hours to make this happen. Again, lots of volunteers, fire departments. I've got with me Chief Gibson here from the Indian Joint Fire District. I would let him give a few words here.
Mark Gibson from the Indian Joint Fire District here in Russell's Point. Again, what the sheriff said, we worked till about 4 o'clock last night doing search and rescue. Again, we called it off about 4 o'clock and started again about 8 o'clock this morning. We have activated the Ohio State Chiefs Association response plan. We've also contacted the state search and rescue teams, so they're on their way here too, and they have started searching back on Orchard Island. With that, the County Commissioners.
Good morning. I'm Joe Antrim. I'm one of the Logan County Commissioners and also a lifelong resident here of Indian Lake. So, we're heartbroken by the devastation that's come upon the Indian Lake community in the last several hours. And certainly, whatever local government can do to assist, we certainly are anxious and willing to help in any way. So please let us know at the Commissioner's office or any of the county government agencies how we can help. But we very much appreciate the fact that there has been such an outreach, not only within the community here at Indian Lake, the entire county, in fact many counties around us, and we appreciate the gesture. Thank you.
I'd like to say a couple more things. This passed to me. If anybody out there wants to donate, Indian Lake High School, it just went dead on me.
Batteries, refrigerator trailer.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Garbage bag.
Yeah, laundry soap, gloves, work gloves, toiletries, batteries, garbage bag, paper products, those types of things. So if you want to make donations, take them to Indian Lake High School. I also know that we are planning to have another press conference at, what are we thinking? This afternoon, probably sometime after lunch. We don't know exactly what time yet, but we plan to have another briefing and update you on information at that time. Thank you.
Thank you for all your hard work, sir.
Sure.
It's going to be a tough few days. We appreciate you.
Yes.
I do have a question. You mentioned that searches are resuming today. So I'm curious. Do you have an idea as to how many folks here are unaccounted for?
No, it's important. We did searches last night more than one time, and we felt it was important today in the daylight to go back and recheck those areas on top of those that we couldn't get to. See, last night it was extremely difficult because we could not get back to Orchard Island because of gas leaks and power lines down and trees. And we did as best search as we could, but there's many places we couldn't get to. So we're going to recheck those areas again. Plus, there's many places back there that are collapsed, and we need to go back with heavy equipment to move those to make sure that there's anybody injured back there or possibly deceased.
Also, any update on the gas leaks? I know it was mentioned by some of the checkpoints here. What's the status on that?
I can tell you that we contacted Vectren, and they've been up there working on that. So I only know that much. As far as I know, they had it cleared so we could go back to Orchard Island. I do know that much.
Do you have a number at all of people that are unaccounted for? And if there's someone watching this that hasn't been in contact with a loved one that was in the path of the storm, what should they do?
As of right now, I don't know of anybody that's not accounted for. Chief, do you have any?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I do not at this point.
Also, I know you're still going through the process of notifying next of kin, but are there any details with those situations? Do you know if the 3 fatalities, are they any sort of circumstances that you can share? Is it
all I can tell you is last night it was reported that we originally had 4, and I would tell you that after I spoke with the county coroner, 3 of them we think were related to the storm. 1 of them we believe was a natural cause. So.
And do you have the location of where those deaths occurred?
I do not at this time.
What do you anticipate as your immediate need for volunteers?
Actually, we're in pretty good shape right now. I would say to just stand back and see how things progress. As the days progress, we may need some more assistance. But right now, we have teams out working grids. So I think at this point in time, prayers, great thing for prayers, donations, any kind of support like that would be grateful. But as time goes and we have more information about what's going on, we'll be able to maybe update you.
Would it be helpful for us to clear out of this area?
Yeah, it would be probably at this time a little bit. Yeah, not that we don't appreciate people being here, but sometimes it hinders things, and it's a fluid motion we're going through. There's many steps, and it just takes a lot of time. But please, no disrespect by that. I appreciate you showing up and coming out here, but we have a job to do, and I know you want information, and we'll give it to you as quick as we can. But we want to make sure that information is accurate. Yeah, I want to tell you something that's not so.
I would also like to mention I'm concerned of the fact that this is going to be a long-term recovery here. Everyone is so gracious to come out today immediately, but don't forget Indian Lake community in the next coming weeks. This is going to take quite a while for things to recover and to help the people in need.
Yeah, thank you, Sheriff. Good morning, everybody. State Representative John Cross, representing this district. First, I want to thank all of our first responders who came out. This is an amazing community, and everyone has shown up to help. But I also want to thankful that the governor is going to be here today. The governor is going to come to Indian Lake here shortly before or around 1 o'clock, and he's going to tour this firsthand. Because as the commissioner said, while we have a great team helping with the immediate needs, we are going to rebuild Indian Lake. And it is so important, as I talked to both the Speaker of the House last night and the Governor, that we're going to be very focused on making sure that we can get funding available to help get this lake open and ready for the summertime, to help communities rebuild, help small businesses get back on their feet, help homeowners. Any help that they need, we're going to make this a number one priority to make sure that they have the funding and the support so we can get Indian Lake back on its feet and enjoy a great summer here. So thank you.
Have there been any plans to get national funding at this point, or just for federal funding?
Good morning, Karen Huey, Assistant Director with the Ohio Department of Public Safety. I want to mention that we partially activated the State Emergency Operations Center last night. We brought in all the relevant state agency partners to help respond to any local unmet needs. We will be on the ground evaluating all of the damage and the injuries that occurred in this community, and we will be making determinations from that point whether or not there's any state or federal funding that will be coming. Certainly all resources that we have will be applied here, and as we indicated, the Governor DeWine will be here this afternoon to tour for himself. So thank you.
Any other questions at this time?
Has this officially been ruled a tornado or straight-line winds? Or do we know anything at that point yet?
I don't officially, but I'd say it was a tornado. Yes, to the best of my knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sounded like yeah. I want to acknowledge my law enforcement partners back here, the MA, John Cross coming out, the fire chief. I also say that Chief Fryoff from Russell's Point and Mike Thompson, Chief Thompson from Washington Township, are going to be up here, but they are out actually right now assisting with the grid searches. So I want to point out that it's been a great team effort here, folks, to work together here, and we will continue to do that. And like Mr. Cross said, we want to take care of the people up here. We want to get Indian Lake rebuilt.
A lot of volunteers. It was packed with people. Tell me about that. About all these people help out.
Well, yeah, there's been a plethora of volunteers coming up here. So, and right now, and we appreciate that, but right now, we don't really have the plate, other to put them right now because we're doing grid searches. Now, I'm sure there's going to be a point in time comes out, there's going to be a lot of debris needs to be picked up, stuff like that. People are going to need help. So there's going to be time for that kind of stuff in the near future. But right now, our main concern is we want to make sure that we've got everybody accounted for. Anybody that's injured, get them taken care of, or if by chance there's anybody else deceased, we want to make sure that that's taken care of properly and that families are notified. All right, thank you very much.
You said 1 o'clock, Chief?
Around somewhere in there.
Thank you all very much.
We'll let you know. All right.